It is Saturday night and it is time to make some lace. We are, as always, tired. It seems to go with the day at the moment. So I have to apologise in advance. Camera controls are not working again because I had to reboot because basically my machine had crawled to a hole, and because it hasn't been awake long enough, apparently all day is not long enough, it has not connected the camera to the controls. So, well, that's not going to work. And so it also means that I can't move it easily, just as you can't move it easily. And so as a result, well, it's going to suck. So, but it is Saturday night. It is time to make some lace. I really need not put all my cloths on it. It just makes it easier if I have, kind of thing. Let's try and straighten that up a little bit. And move you over. There you go. A bit more centered. So, I don't know how well we're going to do, but we've got this bit to go. And, well, there's a chance. I mean, I know I'm not really awake. Ooh, and we need to... That's a bit better. So, see how it goes, really. Now, I know what I was going to try and do. Idiot. That's why I put this around here. Is because we're going to try and get to the bottom so that we tie off some of the bobbins so that I have less crap on my pillow. And I had a slight moment of panic, wondering what I'd done with the bobbins I'd already taken off. The answer is, they're over here, on the sticks. Stick, 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 stick. We will work our way across. Tie off a bunch more bobbins. Still not already. Okay. Oh, don't you look drunk? Right. Especially you three. You are incredibly long. So, well, I'm going to try something. Let me go into here and here let me do that and that and this, just to get an idea. So funny luck, you've stopped hearing the heartband music, and if I do start that properly, there you go. Let's check how loud that is. It should be alright. Still too far backwards. Bugs Life have arrived. looks alright. One. Should have bucket off. 2, 3, 4. Hello. Sorry if you thought I was ignoring you yesterday. The talky thing didn't talk in my ear, and I didn't notice until later, and well, it was just being annoying, to be honest. You'll also have to tell me if you think the music's too loud. Okay. No! What happened? What's that? I understand that feeling. Sleep is... My whole sleep schedule is absolutely off whack at the moment. Hence, I am constantly tired. Because I'm awake, and then I crash for a bit. And it's kind of out of a schedule, and so, like, 5 in the morning, I'm staring at the back of the ceiling going, I really should be asleep by now. And then, of course, during the day, I'm really tired and could sleep for England. So, yeah, very understand that one. Ooh, what are you going to be streaming? ABS is good luck with that. One of the reasons I don't normally do much of knitting and stuff is because I don't know where I'd put a camera. But good luck to you. If I spot you on, in which case, let me just make sure I do this. Come on. You're not going to do this, are you? You pain in the butt thing. No, not that. Okay, that's not happening. Yeah, IBS is what I call a love-hate relationship. In that it's very good, but it's also a pain in the ass while it does it. There are many aspects of it that, frankly, just horrific, actually. Hang on. Why is it not letting me do the thing I want to? Yeah, it's really nice of it. There, let's do that. There we go. Yes, it's an awful lot of the problems I have with ABS are things that look fine when you've set them up and you think you've done all the right things, but when you go live they don't work and you're like, oh, I don't know. you around a bit more. Why is it always the right one is longer? Oh. Wow. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Thank you for the raid. And welcome to all you new lovely people. I'm just connecting this. Because, well, this bobbin's run out. I'm sorry if you've arrived for the ad break. Hello! Hello! I've got sticky on my scissors. Raiding and run is very acceptable. Thank you very much. Just cleaning sticky. fun bit. I say that with every bit of sarcasm that I can muster. Okay. Let's package you up for a minute. 3, 4, 5. Let's put you in a stick for a minute. And I need a magic thing. I would say I want to know how they're sticky on my scissors, but I know how they're sticky on my scissors, and it's my own fault that they're sticky on my scissors. I cut something that had sticky on it. Right. So I need to take a pin out, stab through the hole. No. Go through the hole, thank you. through the hole. Fine. But you see, if you go that way, you inevitably make it harder. There you go. Of course you are. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. After all, it means that you hope to come back again. I have to do this without my glasses on because, well, I show this quite often, but if I rotate these, thank you. Yeah, the reason I have to take my glasses off and stick my head so close to it, other than it looks like you could grow a small garden on it, if you look very carefully in the reflection, you can see that there's like patches on my glasses. This is the anti-reflective coating. Something that every glasses wearer knows about because they love to give it to you. Well, I say give, love to make you pay for it. That's more accurate. And over here in the UK, it wears off real quick, but if you want to buy a pair without it, it's nearly impossible, because wherever you go, it's the, oh yes, we can make your glasses in an hour. Yes, madam, that's not a problem. Right, I don't want anti-reflective coat. You know, do you want anti-reflective coating? No. Oh, then we can't do it today. Well, then it's not an option, dude. It's not optional if you don't stock anything without them. And it also, I'm sure you also understand that as an older person, I have varifocal glasses because, well, I'm old. My eyesight changed quite quickly, and I must have had 4 different pairs now. My glasses cost me £1,000. I am not spending £1,000 every 3 months because my prescription's changed. Because you can't do them here and now, and so I can't be without the ones that I've got, so I can't send them off for a week. I can't see crap. My rough focal distance is about that far. Okay? Now, obviously, that looks quite a lot on your screen, but, you know, it's about 6 inches, frankly. But that's because we all know you need stronger reading prescription allowance in the bottom part, but it's just a lot easier to take the damn glasses off because it's so much cheaper. Now, I'm sure you also suffer from the problem that the wearing off of the coating means that it affects your vision. It's like living in a bit of a fog. So I really do need new glasses, but I'm really against spending the money. I mean, you know, I can technically afford to go and have it done, but if anything else goes wrong, then I don't have the money, you know? So I know that eyesight's important, and believe me, I'm sure like you, to anyone who wears glasses or whatever, you realise how important your vision truly can be. But £1,000 on it is too much, man. It's ridiculous. Right, the reason I've got my glasses off and I can still see what you're talking about, I can't see what you're talking about. In fact, it's a big blurry. In fact, everything is blurry because I am not 1 inch from this is me at arm's reach, so I'm clearly not here. I have text to speech. I use SpeakerBot and have it talk in my ear. Hang on. So I have it talk in my ear and tell me what you lot say. And it also means I can keep an eye on what the heck I'm doing. Don't have to look at my computer, which is over there. I mean, it's not far over there, but it's over there. And it means that, so when I'm sitting down here and I answer questions, it's because it's read it to me while I was doing that. And it was something that I helped a friend with before I started streaming, because he was working on his car. So if he's under his car, he's clearly not going to be looking at a screen, right? And he could have it read it to him while his head's halfway up, you know, doing whatever he's doing. And it is really, really useful. So if you ever want help with setting that up, hit me up on Discord. I am happy to talk you through what I did, because it is infinitely useful. To the point, I probably should make a video about it, but it's logical but fiddly. Because there is a condition which is a bit awkward. But I can explain that. Come on, you can fit in the hole. Fine, you want to go that way, go that way then. As long as you go one way, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's the sort of thing that works for so many crafts. You know, if you're sewing, if you're knitting and crocheting. I mean, at least with knitting, sometimes you can knit and not look. But, you know, if you're trying to desperately follow a pattern or whatever, you don't need to be looking away. You know. I hear moth. If you ever hear and it's not, and you don't see anything on here, Bugs Life have come in. Don't know where they are, but it was a big one. They'll be back. They always are. I have two lovely dogs who don't really ask to go out. Thank you, and be safe and have a lovely day or night wherever you are. After all, it's 11:30 at night here. So yeah, I hope you have a lovely time, and thanks for dropping by. What you can't see is me trying to fit bobbins into a stick while I can't see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why it doesn't really fit, because it's 5 bobbins to a stick, and you probably go in this one over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That, for no other reason than it's just easier to store them as sticks. Right, I need to Well, that one didn't work out quite the way I intended. Yeah, let's see. Might have done. It did. I just got very confused briefly. You get back in the hole. So there's going to be a lot of this poking around going on today, for hopefully, with all good intentions, I would kind of like to finish this square today. For then we can go on to new and exciting things. For I'm kind of over squares right now. Not something I ever thought I'd be saying when I started them in September, but I'm kind of done with squares. Now don't get me wrong, I imagine that 8 months in, or whatever it is, I will be slightly over strips at some point, but they do tend to go faster, so. And they don't have quite, well, there won't be any of this going on, because we can just tie knots at the bottom. So, there's a lot less faff in the strips. And that is definitely advantageous to the brain cells. They also seem to work up quicker. So, in general, just an all-round win. Oh no. Did I do that to the wrong one? Oh, I think I did. I did. But I also see a bit of a loop. Now, it would be a shame to screw it up at this point. Now there's a bit of fluff, which is not helping. I wonder if I can pick this apart. Saw that. This is the last square we're intending to make, if nothing else, for a while. That's what the picture's for, dear. That's what a picture, top right hand corner. I can't get close enough to this to see it. I've sewed it into the wrong place. This is not going to be a happy day. Ooh, that might help. There it goes. This goes one. Goes the other one. Right. Let's try this again, because that was round the wrong pinhole. So let's put you back in, because you are supposed to go in this one. Put you held out like that. That was a close one. This goes in this pinhole. Like this. Thought this was Pinball Wizard for a minute. Thought that's not 80s. Oh, this bit. These threads done half love hooking around pins. You need to go through here like that. Let's put this pin back in. Right, gracious adversity for that one. Now to pull this one out again. And get it right this time. So. Problem is, these threads love to tangle around all the pins, but you need the pins because you do very much need the pins. Now, I need to separate these four to the right way round, and they're not. You were twisted in the middle. Voilà. Okay. Making a big hash of this one, that's for sure. Right, you go through there. You've all mated now around the pins. You come through here like that. Now, something weird is going on here. You need to go in there. It's probably not going to be the tidiest one I've done. Oh. For some reason, and it's not an easy thing to explain, but when you pull the pin out, there's a pin-sized hole. You shove the needle with string on it through the hole, so that because it's through the hole, it goes through the hole and comes out, and then you pull it out to make a loop. You put the string through it, and then as you put it all back, the string that you've looped now comes through. So it's a very useful thing. Now you can use crochet hooks, but the problem with crochet hooks is that they're straight. And the thing you want to hook is like over here, and even if you try and make it over here, it tends not to be. And so I find this very helpful, but at the same time it is a very ungainly process. There really should be an easier way of doing it. And I wish I could get the hang of the crochet hook version, because that string does want to mate round all of its friends. So and you may have noticed that sometimes it goes a lot easier than others. If I can get it to poke and come out this way without a fight, it tends to go a lot better because, well, I haven't got pins in this area. It's like reversing. If you've gone into a parking spot forwards and you want to reverse out, sometimes it's just so much easier to go one way than the other, and there isn't really any logic to it. I mean, there must be, but it's kind of like this hidden logic that, you know, sometimes even though your car is central in the spot and all the cars around you are kind of centralish in their spots, somehow it's often easier to go one way than it is the other. Now, usually this is related to the shortness of the car next to you, but occasionally there's just no logic. But yeah, this kind of has the same effect, to be honest. Now, I usually leave the last one in case I screwed up. I need to redo the previous row for some reason, but I am confident that that is as good as it's going to be. So let's I saw you. That didn't work. There we go. Right. Put you in sticks. glasses on. I spend half my life shortening bobbins. I mean, Mickey Mac kept me. It wasn't going to be the last square. There was going to be 18 of them originally. But we're converting to strips because strips are better. So, and we can do nicer thing. Not that we've entirely settled on a strip yet, but I need to stop these bobbins getting freaking longer. I spent half the stream shortening bobbins so they stay on and that they're all a comparable length, because it doesn't matter really how long they are. Well, they need to be on your pillow, but it makes lace making a lot easier when they're all roughly the same length, because obviously, you know, if I have one and the bobbins, you know, if the bobbin's here, swapping them over is difficult because there's nothing to grab hold of. So we like them to be of similar length, but they seem to spend their entire lives getting longer. Now they should be getting shorter. That's how this technically should work. But my bobbins don't. Mine seem to spend the whole time getting longer. Which is highly frustrating. Let's move you out the way a minute. Because look, they were similar lengths a minute ago and now they're not. And look, got this one now. Just seems to happen all the time. Hello. How are you? The puppies are good. Well, mostly. So I'm not quite sure where they are at the moment. And that one's asleep, which probably means the other one is as well. It's probably out in the hallway, snoozing it up like the puppy he is. For goodness sake. Download Monsters Memories and play for a bit. That'll keep you busy. I understand those problems. No, I did that wrong somewhere. And these bobbins are gonna... This is half the reason we're going to convert to strips, because I don't spend my entire life shortening bobbins when we do strips. They seem to behave. Right. I need to undo you. And you. And you. And go back the way we came. Because now you're too long, everybody's getting longer. You can see what I mean, everyone's getting longer. Now, I mean, okay, we're going backwards, but you need to be over there. But I shortened this one. I'm sick of shortening this one. There are times you just want to super glue them, but of course that's no good because that's never going to work. Now I don't know whether I twisted them. Yes, I did. Right, you can sod off. I have a terrible memory about whether I crossed them over or not. It doesn't help that white over white I can't see them, so and I would sort out this one being long, but there's kind of not a lot of point because this is kind of it. So that's you three done. That for a minute. I can't be bothered to sew out 3 pairs. It's without. I'd rather do a bit of a run at it, so I'm going to do those later. And this is the other thing bobbins do. See, where are you? The state of this. Still that. See, look, they started all out the same. I do one pass and one's grown. I mean, this is why it gets so infuriating. And they don't seem to do it. I mean, they do occasionally do it when I work the strips, but not half as often. Was that one too many? I think it was. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it was. And look, look, look. One, two, three, four. Not you. You need to go over there. Yeah, no one wants to clean out freezers. Unless it's got a load of frozen cake in it. stupid question for you. Please tell me this, oh dear Americans. What is your age of consent over there? Over here in the UK, it is 16. But all these songs talk about 17. So I'm wondering, is that your age of consent? And if it is, what's the point of a sweet 16 birthday party? That must be midnight. is I'm redoing all my knots. Because basically, arse. That's why. Because it's just annoying. Right, now something's not right because you you two are a pair. You two are a pair. I'm going to say you're a pair and you're a pair. When I say that, it's because that's not how they naturally lie. Which then makes you wonder, is there any shenanigans going on? And the answer is usually yes, to be honest. Because bobbins like doing that. Did I not do these? No, I didn't. Get out there. Go on. I know you're there. Wretched moth. Let's convert to other direction about now. It's about halfway, so... My neighbours did a really nice thing today. Now, I've told you many times how much I love my neighbours and how my old neighbours, well, one of them's a spawn of Satan, whereas my new neighbours here are frankly gorgeous, wonderful, lovely human beings, for without whom my world would be very different. I mean, 2 years ago when I got, well, nearly 2 years ago, might be longer, you know how time goes, a while ago, might be 3, I got rushed to hospital when they discovered I had bowel cancer. They perforated my bowel and I spent time in hospital. During the time I had a perforated bowel, because, well, in doing the biopsy they'd perforated it, my neighbours, who are both full-time working out individuals, basically took turns in coming over my house and playing with my dogs and showing them how much they were loved, that everything was okay, feeding them, you know, letting them out in the garden to do their stuff. And it wasn't like 5 minutes, let them out, walk back in and over with, like a lot of people would do. No, no, no. I got videos, and I also know, because how long they spent in the house, that they were often here, sometimes the whole hour. And so they'd almost like flip-flop every hour. And it was very special to me, because obviously I live alone. So no one else did it. When I actually had the operation to remove the chunk of bowel that had cancer in it, someone did, not my neighbour, but someone did come and live in my house for a bit. But, I mean, the reason for the gushing praise of today was the other day her cat was being picked on by the local bully cat, and I broke it up because, well, I would, right? To be honest, I didn't even know whose cat it was. It was just, you know, there'll be no cat fights on my lawn, you know. And then I spotted it was her cat, and her cat is more senior and, you know, very special to her. And knowing that she is not the biggest, bravest cat in the world, I wanted her to make sure that her cat was okay and that there was no injuries, right? Because obviously she might not have known it had had a fight. Anyway, they went down the pub for lunch today, and the story goes, although not entirely convinced, that they ordered themselves a platter and got 2. And so they weren't really entirely sure what to do with it because their dogs, they got a dog, and their dog's, you know, a purebred dog and allergic to everything. And so they got it wrapped up and they came and gave it to me so that I didn't have to cook lunch. And, you know, if I didn't want it, I could always share it with the dog, you know. So I had a pub lunch today without going to the pub. And it was very nice. And, you know, they do things like that. And so it truly is really not, it is an amazing difference what what neighbours can make to living in your house. Now, obviously, you don't always get to pick your neighbours. But should you get a choice, you know, the right ones will definitely be a joy to have, you know. There's so many little bugs about. It makes me itch. Not that I'm not actually itchy. It just makes me itch because I know they're about. If that makes sense. I screwed that up somewhere. Apparently not. 1, 2, 4, 5. Hello. My text thing's gone quiet. Why has my text thing gone quiet? My text thing is not doing its job. It was doing its job earlier. So yeah, I apologise to you for not talking to you, because a minute ago I didn't hear anything. So my text-to-speech thing has died, apparently. It's either that or they're doing what they had before, which was there was a delay thing. Yeah, it's not picked you up, which means they've got an outage, which is slightly annoying. I do apologise. So Valeria Raga. Let's go with Valeria and Scintillant. I'm sorry for not saying hello to you sooner, because for some reason this is not saying hello, which, as I say, is slightly weird considering if I have it test it. Yep, that works. Now it did this the other day, but must mean it's lost contact with chat, is all I can think of. So let's check that then. Settings. I find it very difficult to find the options in this program because, well, let me show you my desktop sec. No, I didn't want that window. It's not the window I asked for. It's because, of course, it's minimised it down to here. No, not that one. Well, now it has eaten it. Okay, that's... Oh, no, there it is. Right, if you look, as I click around, it doesn't show you which one you're on easily. It's kind of... Events... No, settings... It's got to be in here somewhere. Twitch account. Says it's connected. So doesn't say it's not connected. As you can see, it did all of the load of talk. There's me doing the test at the bottom, but there is nothing showing you saying hi to me, which is just really, really rude of it, frankly. And the only thing that should be ignored is, well, arguably me. So I don't know what that's about. See, it even shows you up, so I don't know why it's not doing that. Basically. So I apologise for that, because of course the whole reason I have my text-to-speech thing is so I can keep an eye on this, and it will tell me that you've said something. So I apologise most profusely on behalf of the rather incompetent programming language that they used, that can't even be bothered to tell me that there's an issue. And there's a moth that needs to go somewhere else. So I'll try and remember to keep looking at my chat thing, knowing that it's possibly not doing its bit. It was definitely working a minute ago, as you can see, so... Never mind. So I apologise a lot. So I apologise. Which I seem to have to do a lot for this computer sometimes. Add time. It's funny how that can happen. Really confused. I looked over a minute ago and 2 people had said hello and I thought I'd ignored them. But those messages have gone now. Where did they go? Did I hallucinate it all? I mean, I showed you my screen. I'm confused. I swear. It's... So confused now. So either I'm actively losing my marbles, which, you know, that wouldn't be a first, but that's a bit strange. I swear 2 people came in and said hello and now their messages are gone. And it's not even like they show as deleted or something, you know? We have a spam bot, maybe. Yep. Printer report. Spam bot gone. I know it's one short, but it's the problem when you work in pairs and you need 5. Yeah. I will say there is always an element of the grass is greener on the other side. I mean, for example, if I worked in your lovely country, I'd probably be earning 3 figures. Easily. In fact, I'd almost certainly be earning 3 figures. I would probably have a salary 4 or 5 times what I'm on. And more. Right? Maybe 6 or 7. But of course, that's part of the difference here is we earn less, but we also we seem to pay less, but we don't pay less. It's complicated, as we all know. So it is not necessarily great and glorious. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, there's definitely worse places to live. You know, somewhere currently at war is generally a much worse place to live, and I'm not going to pretend that we have anything like that here. We do have a few gangs. We have people who get shot, stabbed, you know, and all of these kind of weird things set on fire, you know, usual kind of shenanigans. So, you know, it's not so good. But one of the other things I'd say to you is that should someone break into my house right now and I defend it, I can go to jail, which feels somewhat wrong. You know, if you were breaking the law by, you know, entering my house, I can't slap you with a skillet. I can't basically even do karate on you. Because you are protected that I have maybe overused force. And, I mean, while I don't believe that everyone should own guns American style, I do strongly believe that if you broke the law and break into my house and I am here and awake and happen to have a baseball bat, skillet, shotgun, dogs, whatever comes to hand, right? Well, and that, to be honest, I mean, I won't say allows, I would like at least to be forgiven for, because I'm a single woman. Admittedly, I'm old and fat, but, you know, I'm a single woman. If I choose to whack you with, she looks around, I haven't actually got a lot of whacking equipment nearby, but, you know, I'm sure I've got something, lace pillows, whatever, right? Because they've got wooden things on the bottom. Throw tubs of Vaseline at you. My water bottle. I mean, even if I clonked you hard with my water bottle, you know, smacked you with the end of this, you know, and you unfortunately died from it. You broke into my house. In my mind, and, you know, again, personal opinion, read, you know, take it with a pinch of salt. But if you've broken the laws, it seems really wrong that those laws will support you in doing so. You started it. If I finish it, I will agree that there is such thing as excessive force. So if I stab you 1 billion times with a kitchen knife, that's a little bit much, you know. But if I whack... Well, and that doesn't seem hugely unreasonable. Because, you know, as maybe someone on your own, right? I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. If someone was to walk through my back door, because technically it is unlocked and not even on the latch at the moment, because the dogs are free to go in and out. If they walked in through that door, they have come onto my property without my permission. They are now entering my house and are unlikely to be going, hey, can I watch what you're doing, please? Right? And if they were, I'd be really freaked out. So, you know, if I whacked them with something hard, and unfortunately I whacked them in just the right spot, you'd like to think that I would be forgiven, and the answer is not really. There was a case a few years ago. Well, realistically, yeah. I mean, those are always the 4 options. Now, some of those are weighted more heavily than others, because chances are they're not so likely to want to leave on their own. But you would like to think that coming upon me, although you'd think the lit up area would suffice. Oh, that's pretty decent of you. But there was a thing in the papers not that long ago. It was a couple of years ago now, but it's really not that long ago. Of an old age pensioner who had been asleep in his sitting room. A guy had broken in. And the old age pensioner had whacked him with his walking stick or something. And unfortunately, and I say this genuinely, unfortunately, the perpetrator died. Because, you know, he was not exactly, you know, bench pressing 500 pounds here. This is a proper old age pensioner who needed a walking stick to walk around. And all he did was clonk him with the stick. In just the wrong place, in just the wrong way, right? He got arrested, the old age pensioner. He spent time in custody. He had to go through all the grief of going to court, where he was arrested and put in jail until he'd been to court. And when the funeral of... He got many letters and death threats from the family of the idiot who broke in, because he had killed their son. For the funeral of the perpetrator, they wanted to do a ride by his house in the hearse. And... you know, it meant that this poor old man who'd lived in the house for like 30 years was forced to move because they wouldn't stop harassing him. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I can be a little cold-hearted at times, and I appreciate that. But if I had Spawn, which I do not, I do appreciate that, you know, death of Spawn is a painful process. But even if you had no idea that your kid was doing these kinds of things, how would you have felt if that had been someone else's kid raiding your parents' house? Or your house? You would like to think that if they'd whacked it and, you know, unfortunate consequences arose, that there'd be some leniency for that on the grounds of, you know, by breaking the law, you shouldn't be protected by it. But they don't. They do seem to feel that, you know, their kid, oh, well, you know, it's just misunderstood. Not really. I don't think there's much to misunderstand about being on someone else's property uninvited. Well, so yeah, I do find it a little bit disturbing that, you know, for protecting yourself and your possessions, you can be the one that ends up with the criminal record. That feels a little bit wrong. But then I guess that's kind of how every fight at school seemed to go down. The guy who started it seemed to be the one the teacher kind of sided with, so, you know. Things that I find surprising, and again I can only speak for the UK, is that, I don't know, should I whack a burglar and unfortunate things arise and I end up spending considerable time at His Majesty's leisure, well, I don't disagree. But one of the things that I find slightly disturbing is that it costs around £50,000 plus to keep a prisoner in prison. The average wage in the UK is £35,000. So it costs more to keep the scum in a pit than it does for most of us to live. Um, Now, I'm not going to pretend that it's nice in there. I'm sure it's bloody not. But it's clearly not unpleasant enough because you have repeat offenders. Well, teach them a profession, a way to make a decent living. Now, I will put a caveat on that. Years ago, 4 years ago, I watched a program on TV, and it was about people who were basically professional shoplifters, right? And they'd interviewed someone, and they followed her around, and how do I explain this well? She said, and pretty much direct quote, "I'll get a day job when you can find me a day job where I can legally make 1,500 a day, which is what I can make now doing this." And you have to concede, there is a point to that. You know, she was successfully shoplifting, returning, getting 1,500 quid in her pocket, and being able to live the life of the luxury. Yeah. And I mean, it's you know, if you get the right things and do it the right way, you know, to the right companies, and if you get the decent stuff, well, then yeah, you're going to make a small fortune doing it. So is it too surprising that flipping burgers at McDonald's is not very appealing? Because clearly she's got, you know, she had the skill at nicking it. But that's not exactly something that's going to come up on a job interview. You know, it's... What the only thing it would be good for is spotting other people doing it. But then they would not want to hire her on the grounds she might revert to her old ways, and now you've got two of them. You know, now you've given her easy access to it all. And they're not going to pay her 1,500 a day for the privilege. They're not going to pay her 1,500 a week, let alone a day. So they're almost, you know, the chances of getting caught, she's obviously got it down to an art form. So, you know, there is that bit of you going, there is nothing you can do that will encourage them not to. So again, you know, it's not that I agree with it, but I do see the point. If she can make so much more money doing that than a proper job, why would she do the proper job? Problem is, often you poke the thing through and it goes in the pinhole in the cushion and you can't get it to go out underneath like that. Go through the hole, come on. Let me put pin back in the hole. I may have to go and get me some more liquid refreshment in a minute because I'm kind of out and it's too hot. if I'm going to last it till the next advert break. I've got a bit of a hangnail, look, and it didn't hurt last when we did the first section, but now it's beginning to get on my nerves. So. Probably because I keep rubbing it on things. So let me just trim some of the dead skin that's kind of being in the way. That might help. There we go. Right. To be honest, not overly. We often do a fairly long stream on a Saturday night, but at the same time, as you may notice, I'm kind of close to the end of the triangle, and I'm kind of wanting to get to the end of the triangle. But on that note, I'm not so sure how much longer I can wait before I need to go potty either. So let's finish this off if I can. If my concentration wanes too much, I'll need to go potty first. So I don't know about many people, but it seems when I have a full bladder, my ability to concentrate goes out the wall. So. We shall see. Caught on all manner of pins. There you go. Right. Not in there either. Where's that gone? My pin lifter seems to have gone walkabout. And I thought I had two. I really thought I had another one. But all I've got are more of these. It's a bit weird. Did I put it in my box? Oh, is that it? No, that's another pin pusher. How weird. Definitely not in my pot. Which generally means then it made a leap to the floor and I didn't notice. But if it was on the floor, it's not exactly carpet coloured. I would expect to be able to see it. Let's put you in the tool pot, not that one. You go in there. I can't believe it's not here. And now, of course, I really need it, which, of course, is always the way. No, definitely can't find it. Gonna have to try and do with this, which is not ideal. Because the other one's got a Y-shaped thingy on it and is what the hell that is. Where did I put the... Oh, for goodness sake, there it's over there. I kind of want that there. Um, don't know what that is, but it's gone then. It's good. Right. Goodness sake, stop catching on every pin. And every time I look at it, all I can see is 500 bugs flying around. Still not out. Yep, there's a moth in my light. I mean, I do know why. Big bright light, right? You know, can't kind of. I mean, if I do this with my phone, you can see that there's a big ring light, right? But I can often do it somewhere else, you know? Just don't need it, you know? Just. Also, doesn't help that I'm one of those people that even if the tiniest thing lands on me, so even a stray hair, and I can feel it, right? So they bug me literally. And even worse when they do the boing, boing, and it's like being picked on. Shut up, dog. It's alright, little one. I don't know what you thought you heard, but I didn't hear shit, which means you're probably nothing to be barking at. You are underneath. I need you. Yes, you. It's too many, I think. I've got Yeah, what's here? Ah! Ah! Oh no! That would be infuriating. As you say, that's a skill. I mean, that's an insect skill. That's a ninja bug, that is. Bruce Lee in his second life, you know, it's... That's 5 as well, that's good. Right. As you say though, there's not a lot you can do about it either. As you say, you're more likely to damage the screen, and much as, you know, you don't want it in there, as long as it's not doing actual harm, I guess you have to kind of leave it be, but... all the places to end up though. No, I can't say it's, you know, a common occurrence. Hang on. It's the wrong pinhole. Done it again. Where's the pin gone? In my hand, numbnuts. Wrong pinhole. Let's put you back a second, but leave you up because we don't need to be redoing that in a hurry. Try this again. Well, yeah, I mean, we get things called thunderflies here, and they are the tiniest little, sorry, to any, you know, Buddhists and vegans, but flapping when you're right close to my face, there's an entire universe to be, there is not it. As I just squashed one, we get thunderflies, and they are, you know, a millimetre long. but they itch. They make me itch so much. They also apparently make my neighbour itch like mad as well. And so we both absolutely hate them. And I've never had it before moving here. Which, when you consider it's like a mile from where I used to live, it's not like I've moved to a whole new universe here. But it is very frustrating because they sound very similar in size to the thing that got in your monitor, but they can't fly. But the first thing you notice is they're on your arms, and you're like, it gives you the creeps. Utterly gives you the creeps. Because they itch. Why does this song always remind me of Radio Chaos? Even though it's nothing alike. This one is proper pushed right down, and I don't think this is going to be enough to get at it. Oh no, there it goes. Got it. Roll on, strips. Roll on, strips, because we don't have to do all this shit. We just tie them off. Because with the strips, you get to the bottom, and you'll have two pairs of bobbins like this, and you just tie them in a knot. Because I don't need the bottoms to be fantastically exciting, because I'm going to put them behind a ribbon to give it a nice neat bottom, so it won't matter. And then, so as a result of which, I can just tie the buggers off. I don't have to do fanciness. Not very good for your nails, this whole picking at pins either. I mean, I'm not the most, you know, girly girl, and I don't really care what state my nails are in too much. But I don't like rough bits on my nails. And of course, picking chunks out of pins tends to give you bits. Right, I need wee. Now, how close are we to the thing? 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is kind of really weird. The things that they will do and live through, and you're like, how? We are going to finish this today. I am going to finish this today. But we have 3 minutes before advert, and I will use advert break to go for a wee because, well, it's kind of necessary. I've been drinking Coke, and well, some of it needs to come out to make room for the next lot. There goes my ad warning for 3 minutes. So, I suppose it's really obvious to you, but one thing I can't help but notice sometimes is looking at this cloth, how much my skin seems to come off on it. I know I get eczema and stuff, and I have quite dry, flaky skin, even though it's not dry and flaky. Those who understand, right? But I look, and it kind of like, there's more DNA on this pillow than is humanly necessary, you know? But I'm looking forward to the strips. Most looking forward to strips. Because I'll make 1 metre strips and I'll make 7 on. Well, these 2 bits will go fairly quickly. These 2 bits do move a lot quicker than the last square, so but yes, thank you for dropping by. I hope you'll come back another day. But yeah, ad starts in a minute, so I'm trying to hang on for the ad break because, you know, might as well make use of the break that comes with, you know. Let's try and straighten my cushion up a bit more for you. There you go. And then we've got to sew up those, and that's it, because it's the bottom of the square. So we are very near the bottom. Of course, the other problem is the ads don't actually start when they say they're going. It's when it starts looking for ads, not when it actually runs the ads. So it says now says ad starting soon, but it will start at some point. Pie hole. I've got one of those. An awful lot of ads get through things like pie hole though, because they come from the same source, so it can't tell if it's different or not. They've got wise to a lot of that. Right, ads. So you should all be back. So. I saw that. I agreed to all the things. Okay, let me do this, hang on. So I can't really adjust it any more than that. But little brown dog has decided she's sleeping on top of her brother. Yes, you, madam. Little madam. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's my turn now, is it? Okay. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Poor Rory doesn't need sleeping on. It's a bit warm for that. Yes, it is. I don't want to be licked, little one. No. It's a good girl. Oh, big sigh. Oh dear, are you stressed and troubled? Oh dear. What have you done to your leg? Why have you got chompy looking marks on your leg? Have you been fighting with bruvs again? Now my table doesn't look straight again. There we go. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to nest in my cushions again. microphone back out the way. There we go. I'm sure you don't need to hear my hand smacking it. It's even got the right number of bobbins left. That's always a bonus, because we've had a few times when we didn't. I'm not going to do that one just in case. Not that I'm going to be able to do anything actually. See, how is this under that? Anyway. Well, last little bit to go. Hellos. Didn't feel right. Get in there, get in there. And then we'll see just how much I've screwed up this evening. Because that's what we end up doing. Once we can see past all the pins. Well, technically the lace part is over. All we're going to do now is sew 500 billion ends. Which isn't as bad as it sounds, but you know, still not exactly the fun portion of it. Which is why, to be fair, strips are really cool. Because as I said, we don't need to do it on strips. Need. Don't suppose you've joined in, have you? I was going to say, if my camera had woken up. For those who aren't aware, my camera controls on my Stream Deck require not my computer being left on for 24 hours before they seem to connect up. And Elgato have been very quiet this week as to what the problem is. All they keep doing is saying, can you reinstall it? And it's like, dude, I've reinstalled it a whole ton. It's not even different versions. It's not different versions with settings. It's not run it with different commands. You are not changing anything. So to the last one I went, no, you're not there's going to be no difference. So I'm not doing it again. You're not collecting any more information. You're just wasting my life. And they've been a bit quiet since then. Mainly because I don't think they know what else to do. But I haven't actually told them that it does connect after 24 hours. Because, well, their logs would show them that, so shouldn't it done? Because they've had more copies of my logs than I can show the figure. And the answer seems to be, initially, the camera is listening on a port that is not the one that the Stream Deck is looking for. But there were no options to change it. Which also doesn't make sense then, why after 24 hours it changes its mind. But it does, and I assume there's some really long timeout thing that it's waiting for timing out. And I can't hold this and pull the other one to get some tension. There we go. Where's the other end? There's. Right. List. That's not through the right bit. So. This one technically one yarn chicken because I timed a bobbin on it. And it made it just to the end. Anyway. Nearly there though. It's alright, pop-ups. It's alright, pop-up. Alright, Rory. It's alright. It's alright. You be a good boy. He's a good boy. 3 more pairs of these spreadsheet pockets to go. Yay, Toto! Here we go. I knew we'd do it today. there's a spare thread floating around. So we'll see mistakes of the day. Because there's always some. Now I caught a lot of them, but at the same time, they were the ones I know I caught. And we get to the ones that we don't know. Wrong, guess what? Otherwise we'd have stopped and fixed. It's alright, Rory. It's okay, little man. It is. It's alright. Rory! Wakey, little man. Wakey. You wake up. Don't know what you're dreaming about, but clearly you need to stop. One of the things that's always amused me is you watch lots of, if you watch many lace videos on the internet, they just seem to just rip like this and all their pins come out and it's like, how? I do this, but I use it to help lift them up to get something to grab hold of. They don't tend to rip out, you know? And to be honest, it probably doesn't do my pattern any good to do that. But it does make pulling the pins out a lot less painful on my poor nails. As I said, I'm not overly worried about my nails, but you kind of need nails to pull them out. So. good run. Just throw a pin on the floor. Oh no, I landed in my top. Excellent. Look at the state of this. So, let's have a look for the quick, obvious answers. To be honest, nothing's leaping out at me. I'm sure there are some, but there we go. Square is completed. We are on to a new era where we will be making strips. Where did my pincushion go? Oh, there it is. Blind woman. I'm looking for a pincushion. It's not like it's small. So I'm just looking at it. Because I will, as always, glue the knots to make sure, because I have very little faith in these knots. But that's a big bugger. That was the first row. Don't know how I did that. Did that badly. Obviously got caught round a pin. Added this long loopy bit here. Well, that concludes square number 9. We have, I'm forgetting, but we are giving up. We have transitioned now onto strips. So let's put that there. Let me get my dirt rag and kind of tidy this up a little bit. There we go. Now it looks funny here because of all the tails, but we will take a photo. Wherever my phone's gone. Well, it could look a lot worse. So I thank you for joining me on the skirt journey of my squares. But the squares are done. We will be moving on to strips. Now, the first thing we want to do is finish making my audition strips and sew them together, obviously, to decide which and how exactly we are going to do for the curtain. Now, for those who have not been for that part of the journey, let me just put these bobbins in a stick so that I don't chuck them all over the floor, because, well, that's definitely a possibility. So, if I hide that a minute and pick up my pile of things. So, there is a bit of a story that goes along with these. So, these three are basically the same pattern. You move it down a little bit so you can see it better. There you go. Right, so these are basically the variations on a three, and this was my first attempt joining them. Now, I'm not going to zoom in, but if I hold it up to the camera a bit, you might be able to see that there are actually gaps between. So, on the grounds of these first two strips, I had already determined that we would be changing from squares. However, as you may see from this, it's a lot more acceptable. Now, when I join these two to it, like this, there's two more, look. When I join these two to it, which are a number of options, I'm going to take this kind of join, but you see the problem with this one was I did the join on one side, and as you can see the join turned out pretty freaking good, but because I didn't do the other side, there's like this fold line that is a bit looser. So gonna do double-sided for this and probably this, but in essence we need to start picking which are going to be the actual motifs we use on our neck curtain. Do we want the snakes running down like this all the way across? Bear in mind, one more strip wide is the width of the actual pane of my window, so that's kind of important for scale, but they're going to be a metre long, so it's obviously going to have quite a lot of strip to it. Now, I have nothing against the snakes, quite like the snakes, but will it be a bit much? Anyway, as you can tell, there are a lot of options and there will be voting and you'll get to have a say and an opinion. I may totally ignore you, but I value opinions. So as you can see, this is what I mean by you start at the start and you just tie off knots to the button, because this is going to end up folded in a bit of ribbon across the bottom and there'll be a bit across the top. So, they don't have to be the best in the world. So yes, this is kind of where we're at, and this is what we're going to be making for our next project once we've decided what actually will go on it. So there you go. I think I put you all to sleep, but that's kind of to be expected. But this is a quarter, so this is a quarter of a strip, so 4 of these will equal one long one, And these worked up a lot quicker than the squares. But interestingly, as I can kind of demonstrate, as I have a square now, if I take these two and I line up the edges, those kind of equaled a square. Two of those did not take the month that this takes, and they're in a finer thread. So, one thing you will notice is this looks a lot denser, which is part of the reason I also quite like this idea. And it's not that I hate the squares, because I definitely don't hate the squares. I just know that I will like this more than the squares. So we're going to have to find something different to do with the squares. And one of the things that I have considered doing is taking one of my lace covering cloths and attaching the squares to it, so it becomes the cover of my lace work, so that it's a fancy cover for that. Because I don't know what else I'd do with it. I'm not exactly a lace person, which makes this hobby really stupid for me. But I'm not really into lace, but I really enjoy making it. So there you go. Part of me, and I'm not feeding my brain because my brain is terrible at indecision, but part of me would love to do this in a more bigger picture. So rather than making not necessarily against making them by strips, because this works really well, but having a more overall, so they're not all the same, that you make a picture out of them. So I know it starts off, you know, I know, raining with little dots, and they get denser and it turns into something else with a tree or something. That would be great, but I think we need to make one the first time before we get too experimental. So we have one more strip that we need to make as our experiment, which we will join all of these together, and then we will vote on options, because, well, that seems to be a good plan. And then we will start making, because, well, I'm keen to be making. But the next test strip isn't as long. I don't know where I put it for now, but then it's not as long as this. It'll only be a kind of another, kind of down to about here, I guess, maybe even slightly shorter. So, I mean, it just happens that those were quarter strips and I had that many options to put on it. So, we shall see. But hopefully you'll join me for that, because, you know, as you can see, it's just so thoroughly fascinating and exciting. I am being facetious, of course. But I really love how light this is compared to the square. I mean, this is 3 times the weight of the square, but it's a lot more drapey and light than the squares. I'm not saying that the squares are solid, but they're a lot heavier and denser, and which isn't a bad thing. But I think it works more as something else than a net curtain. So I am looking forward to making my net curtain, because I mean, look how small that folds up. It's tiny. I mean, I can kind of pat it into, it disappears under my hand, and it's, you know, bear in mind, you know, it's kind of like that thick. So it is what you think of as lace, airy. Now, I mentioned these before, and I won't have starts from anything, because all I did was squirt them with water and pin them out. But this is Buck's Point done on the same grid, and it is really tempting to do this for these strips, because then rather than this rather ugly edging that I've got here, I can have a single thread at the edge so that the joins would be absolutely invisible. So the next test grid will be done in this style, and this was one I made out of much bigger thread that I was just fiddling with because I could, and instead of being a screwed up tiny wreck now, it's now flat. So it could be, you know, it is the kind of material you'd make a shawl out of, though, because this is, well, what I make my tea towels out of. But yeah, I thought I'd show you those as I've flattened them out. Anyway, thank you for coming today. It has been a journey. It is now 3:30 in the morning, so I need to go bed. But we finished square. Yay! In true Jamie Oliver words, yay! And let's. I may not stream tomorrow because we're still playing game. But Monday we will be back for making more strips, and yeah, we shall be having fun. So I shall see you then. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.